Alright, so, couple things right off the top. One, apparently I had my audio set up super borked for you guys. When we did Hellpoint last, you couldn't hear most things very well, apparently. Didn't know that. Did all kinds of testing, it all seemed fine, and apparently the moment I hit the live button is when everything broke down. I can't say I'm surprised by that, but, you know, it is what it is. In theory, I've fixed it. In practice, we'll see. And I've also made some adjustments that will hopefully keep OBS from throwing as much of a fit as it did during the shuffler. That too, I cannot guarantee, but in theory it should be okay. Now, it's important to note, I have done nothing with this game since the last time we did this, before the new year started. Aside from, you can see that the file says January 1st, that's because I loaded it up to make sure that the audio changes I made actually worked. And as far as I can tell, they did. Now, I did take a look around a little bit on the wiki to see if what I was doing made sense and if what we had was correct. And the answer to that is mostly a yes. Like, I initially went and looked just to make sure I had the stats correct, and I do. What most of the stats do is correct. The wiki didn't really have a ton of information. I'll just be honest with y'all about that one right now. The wiki kind of stinks. Because this is a game people didn't really care that much about. To sit there and do all the data entry that was required. Point being, I'm going to be mostly stopping worrying about foresight at this point, because we're not going to be seeing a catalyst for a bit yet, because apparently I missed the only early catalyst there would have been. And I'm not that fussed about going back and getting it. We are near another one, but getting it is going to be a whole to-do, which is why it's not going to be a priority. We will instead be focusing more heavily on our physical stats for the time being. Now, we'll be going back to the Arisen Dominion and trying to push through what we were having issues with last time. And I do apologize for those that sat through a few hours of more or less silence intermingled with my voice last time. It's still by no means going to be a cacophony of sound, but it should be more sound for all of you this time. I don't think we went this way last time, did we? Doesn't seem like they particularly care about entropy damage, so we'll put that away. Go back to the Slam Jam Sword. Oh yeah, I think we have been here because we read that sign before. Yeah, because this was where we first started encountering these freaks. Okay. I didn't watch the previous VOD or anything like that, aside from a little bit of audio checking. Oh, there he is. I was like, I can hear him. Where is he? He sounded like he was above me for some reason. Which is weird considering he was crawling. Now, it's worth noting, I didn't touch microphone settings this time. So if those are still out of whack, then I'll need to be informed. But they should, in theory, be okay still. Bad. 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 Nice backflip. We already went up there, I remember that. We came into this part from here. There he is. I was starting to question if my audio was backwards, because I couldn't see him past the table. You gonna break all of these on yourself again? You sure are. Way to go, genius. Here, let me help you with your problems. There you go. Your cursed existence is ended. Yeah, because if you look, this is where we just bashed the whip guy a moment ago. So it's good to know that I do actually remember the layout of what we have already dealt with. Which does unfortunately mean that our only path, to the best of my knowledge, is forward through these clowns. Which first involves getting rid of the sneaky puppies over in the corners here. I was about to say, don't you dare push me off this ledge. I will be so cross. I may prioritize a few levels into stamina at the rate we're going as well. If for nothing else, so that we could get one more heavy swing in there. Because that's proving just so resoundingly effective. Not my normal way of doing things, but, you know, you can't really argue with what works. Yes, yes, do the distraction wave and all of that. Yes, yes. Throw your arrows. Where are you even throwing that? Would you be so kind as to come down here, so I don't have to deal with your backup dancers? That'd be great. Like, I know what you're doing. I know you're trying to bait me up there so that those guys will beat me up for you. I understand what you're trying to do here. There you go. Now you figured it out. So close, yet no cigar there, buddy. Try again for a Zenny? No. No, you will not. You will stay on the ground where you belong. I feel better now. He needed to learn a lesson, and a lesson he has learned. Now, we won't be trapped in here with these this time. And we can also split them up. So this will go infinitely better than it did the first time. They also don't have help. So first and foremost, let me grab our belongings. No. None of the spinny blades. No, thank you. Okay, nearly died for it, but he's dead now. And we have quite a bit of money to spend. Aha! Okay, so we're supposed to go around after dealing with these guys, which means if we die, we can actually just hike through there. So that'll be important to remember. And of course I get a message the moment we're in full swing, so 1 second. Phone, please stop being a piece of shit right now. Okay. So let's go spend this before anything bad happens. Then we'll go back up and go through that opening we cracked our way to. In theory, that should lead us to something useful. In practice, it probably just gets us around that gate, which could still be the same thing, but I wouldn't bank on it. And in my poking around on the wiki, by the way, I did learn that I was basically correct in my estimation of how I had gotten around the area issue we had when I was playing co-op, and that is we switched who was hosting to get past the door to get to the walkways. Because it technically hadn't used the client item up. Officer Glave's almost done. So we might switch to the saber after we finish with that. Okay. I have nothing but bad feelings about what we're gonna find up past that ledge. This is the area where the puzzle that I was talking about last session exists. The one that I had a devil of a time with, and then we realized there's a very stupid solution to it. Very similar to the whole I turned the wrong way and jumped off the cliff to my death situation. Hindsight being 2020, those are very similar situations, stemming from more or less the same concept. Curse your ability to navigate corners. Give me carbon. Now, it's worth noting, I did not spoil anything for myself that I didn't already encounter. That's point one about what I checked. I mostly just looked at areas I had been to previously. And I also mostly only looked at the actual gear pages. I didn't actually look at the areas. I looked at the gear pages to find out how to get certain items I remembered having. Which is how I realized that catalysts aren't exactly going to be practical anytime quick. Because I think I came to that same realization previously, much to my disappointment. Induction shield conductor. The Arisen are AI. The truth killed me. Beep. Yeah, because this is the other side of the gate now, I think. Or getting in that direction, anyway. Yep, that's about what I figured was gonna happen. Yeah, because there's the other side of the gate that I was predicting. But there's still that jerk guarding it. Let's nod and say we did just yet, shall we? Because there was another path down here, wasn't there? Yeah, there's this. Where does this spit me out? Oh! That's not better. That's not better at all. So I think we'll go open the shortcut first. I think we're gonna go open the shortcut first. Oh wait, this leads to the same place. Interesting. Makes you wonder why they have two paths if they both go to the same place. There's a guy pondering his orb. Okay, I at least hear some music in the background this time. Hopefully you guys can hear it too. There's not a ton, but it's at least there. Like, I hear chanting and shit. Sweet, beautiful flesh connects to the source and makes us whole again. Well, that doesn't sound great. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. Hey, there's Snork. Happy New Year. Now that it's properly changed over. How about you don't cast that? Oh, you just canceled that actually having an effect on you, huh? Really thought I was gonna do the sprinting attack, but I think I let go of sprint a little too early. Alright. Now just to clear you lot out. Nice. I'm doing fine so far. Woke up feeling better than I had been in a little bit, so... Year's off to a good start, but we'll see how long that lasts. Okay, so that fully opens the shortcut back, which is perfect. This way, if I die to my own stupidity, which is invariably going to happen, we have a means of recovering. Though there's a breach here, so that shortcut is actually mostly pointless. Alright. Good to know. Sad face. You know what? I respect the sad face. That is pretty accurate for what happens around here. Not enough. Okay, I should have looked before I leaped. That one's on me. Oh well. It'll be fine. This door does not open from here. Okay. And neither does this one. These are presumably shortcuts back here, then. Okay, now that we've gotten through here, let's go take a look at what's upstairs. Is presumably... This leads to something important. If you're just gotten a nut. Oh, God. Well, I regret everything right now. On the bright side, I surprised him just as much as he surprised me. Quit pondering the orb. It's not healthy. I don't know how you missed, but I'm also not sure how I missed too, so I guess it balances out. There we go. Cut him down to size, steal his lunch money. This pedestal looks an awful lot like there should be an item here. Chairs aren't breakable. Seal of Chaos. Well, that sounds useful. Yeah. I mean, to a degree, even 60 years ago, some of that worked. Not entirely. It's like, I'm pretty sure gas ranges and such were around. They just weren't very good yet. Like, obviously, electrical everything is a fairly new thing. But they at least could achieve similar results. It was just more complicated. Yeah, fridges did not become common until 90s? Maybe? No. They were common a little bit before that. Probably 80s. Though common and affordable may not necessarily be the same animal. That is a big goddamn staircase. Got a big old pool of electric blue something. Oh, it's probably the same stuff that was in those pods. So I probably don't want to touch that. That's probably not great. Ooh, that's a lot of money. Oh, I remember this place. This place is not great. Let's not go in there yet. Let's go the other way first and see how bad that is. Well, yeah. That was also the way of it at the time, though. You have a bunch of children so that some of them will survive. Ideally, a lot of them, but, you know. Yeah, I can't imagine that money was great with that many mouths to feed. Oh, this is just awful. Can I just get you? I mean, I'm starting to get affected by the status already. Funk. Oh, and now the storm's starting. Great. Are you really just gonna shoot magic at me from there? This is why I wanted to have my own magic. Okay. I mean, at least they made it through that whole time. That's honestly better than a lot of families could say. I don't know why they're not paying attention. Oh, if he could have just gotten knocked back another step, that would have been so funny. Though there's a staircase there, so he would have lived anyway. Oh, there he goes. He chose his own way out. Oh, I can respect that. I guess he didn't want to die by getting pummeled over the... You know, I'm starting to get a really weird feeling that I'm getting set up for a trick here. Like, you ever just get the feeling that you're getting set up for a joke? Like, they're all gonna jump down here and some kind of crazy monster's gonna show up because they jumped in the magic pit. Just have a real bad feeling about this. Especially since they're not aggroing. They're just kind of hanging out. Something stupid's gonna happen. That's what I'm thinking. Either I'm completing a ritual for them, some kind of trap's gonna go off, or just some manner of stupid nonsense is going to occur. This is why I don't really take to what people say about recent times being wild. Because if you think about it, most of human history's been insanity. Like, there have just been bursts of wild nonsense on a regular basis throughout history. So we have different stupid nonsense now, but it's not a new thing that there's stupid nonsense transpiring. Don't want to go too far this way because that barrier's in place now. Yeah, there was certainly a lot happening in that range, so I would definitely say that's a good range to point out. I wasn't alive for any of it, but I definitely have heard and seen enough. Just keep raising that stamina so I can actually do stuff. There we go. That should help a lot. Probably the hardest recorded time. The trick to that is there are plenty of periods in history that we really don't have enough guaranteed information for. But given the population density and the efficiency we destroyed ourselves with, it's probably definitely up there. You know, when we as a species first start finding new and crazy ways to self-destruct, it kind of makes things... Yeah, exactly. So I would have to feel that that would actually be more of a percentage situation there, because I can't imagine that the human population on the world was that high that far back. Yeah, that's where things like that get funny. And I don't mean haha funny. This advanced witchcraft ritual should cure insanity, though some accounts tell of the opposite effect. Will also heal nearby allies. Neat. Insanity is a thing in this game. Okay. Yeah, you know. We have workarounds for these things. And apparently it is Year of the Dragon this year. Which I actually did not realize. Well, I suppose Year of the Dragon again, but that's neither here nor there. Well, this is an unfortunate place to be caught, but... isn't it? Missed me. See, with the extra stamina, I now have a little bit more room to avoid attacks without having to wait. Oh no! You missed me. There we go. Now we can dispose of them without getting hit. We're in Cilium. Gee, I wonder if this could be a secret door with all of the player handprints next to it. Beep. They also are fairly obvious to begin with, but player base really makes them stand out. Treasure, but danger down. Got it. Oh, I remember this slope, actually. This slope is super dangerous. Because if you don't land on these ledges properly, you will die. So what's down here is not that much better, from what I recall, than just falling to your death straight up. Okay. Over here. There we go. Only a little bit of fall damage. That is what I do. That's both the nature of my job and just the way I've been. Now, we don't have what we need to do this correctly. There's another item that would actually let me see the dangerous parts of this. But I have a plan. It's called reduce my weight as much as possible and run like hell. Ah! Damn it, bad combination. That's how that area works, is there are hidden symbols on all of those blocks that tell you whether they'll go up, down, or not move. The reason why I removed all of the armor was so that we could run faster. What do you got? Some kind of gumbo? Okay. Hopefully it's at least good, even though it's burning you. Slicey, 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 slicey. Okay. Fantastic. Death? There's always death. Now the way back there... Oh. We somehow didn't get this when we were before. Sometimes dying is a benefit. Is the sword done yet? The sword is done now. And it gained piercing dash. Alright. So we'll go ahead and just flip these so that when we spawn in, we'll be spawning with the one I want to practice with. As you can see, it doesn't hit quite hard enough to knock them down just yet. Anything that holds for a good long while is very important. The advantage to this one is since it's got a reflex catalyst in it, it will actually give me stamina cost reductions. Punk. Okay. I was about to say, shouldn't this be open? But it's because we opened it from the other side before, so it was already open. Be a hell of a thing if it was just glitched out and stayed stuck shut and I couldn't proceed. Wouldn't be the first time. And dead. Okay. This isn't the way we need to go, but there's a breach right here that I may as well touch. I don't know why there's so many breaches in this localized area. Like, this one makes sense to have, because this is actually something we have to come back to, if I recall. The Grand Gallery. Well, this seems sketchy. I say as I get ready to jump it anyway. Hiya! The linked Espadon. Oh, yep. It was sketchy. It was a trap. Hold that thought, sir. Be with you in a moment. There we go. Okay. I didn't expect him to get many hits off, but if I didn't have my armor on at all, one hit would have been a lot. It really depends on how hot the water is, because in some cases you are correct that it'll do that, and in other cases it will make it tough as leather. Well, yeah, there's cooking where the water is boiling, and then there's cooking where the water is lower than boiling, though. Yeah, that will also happen. There we go. Dispose of him. This place is just full of these things, huh? And I thought the other direction was bad. We still need to go down below where the blue puddle over there is. It's certainly worth trying changing the cook time. There's an item over there. As long as it worked out in the end, that's the important part. No, that's not physically possible. Yeah, you're meant to jump from there to there to there to there. Which that, I think, is physically doable. We're parkouring, though. The armor needs to go. Oh, yeah. Ew. That was uncomfortably close to disaster. Go. Now we gotta just jump and grab. We are what is just referred to as a spawn. We are a construct made by the architect to be basically his means of documenting what has gone wrong on this station. We're made out of goo. Ooh, that was concerning. And hop. Really, this was all just for money, huh? Money that I could very easily just end up losing trying to crawl back out of the hell I've put myself in. Oh boy, looks like I go this way to get out of here. Okay. We made it back to solid ground. That could have so easily gone wrong. Do I have a breach stabilizer on me right now? Or is this stable already? I don't, and I don't have one. Well, that's a shame. We need 600. And just burn the 999. Get us up to 10 stamina, and then I'll leave that alone for a while and go back into reflex, probably. Okay, so we went up that whole side. There's an item over there, but it's probably just money again. But with my luck, the one I don't go over towards... Oh yeah, it absolutely is just scrap. It... This is improved scrap. This used to be just a rusty piece of shit, but we cleaned it up and at least it's functional now. It's just terrible either way, though. Well, welcome to how some groups design sci-fi weapons. They just jam a bunch of crap together and hope it works. Exactly. Yeah, basically an experiment has gone wrong, causing this entire station to, as far as we can tell, be merged with some kind of hellish dimension, bringing across all kinds of awful things. And, we're about the only sane living thing on this station. So as you might imagine, good equipment is not exactly gonna be something we can get our hands on. I'm more living than all the dead people. It really depends on whether we are a biological construct or a mechanical construct. it really hasn't been claimed one way or the other on that one yet, so could really go either way. Considering we were made out of goo, I wouldn't be surprised if we're at least semi-biological. That is also a possibility. Though we are definitely 100% goo. That much I can guarantee. You know, I'm glad this guy wasn't paying much attention. But speaking of, though, there was a sneaky little half a body trying to chew on my ankles. That's right, you faceplant over there while I deal with your friend. Uh-oh, we got paralyzed. No, 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 no. Thankfully, he's stupid. Yeah, he's gonna figure it out before I get unparalyzed, though. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't use my healing. I couldn't do anything at all because of that status effect. Which is why we avoid letting that meter get there, if we can help it. But now and then, you just get clipped just enough times. Now, that was that way? No, that's where we came in. The way we went and died was this way. So if there's gonna be that many of them... Oh wow, we are actually making good progress on this already. How do I use that? I forget how to use the other abilities that these weapons get. And the help isn't gonna help. I don't think it's just that. I think that's just the dodge attack this already had. Oh wait, yeah, there we go. I just switched the input over there. Yeah. More or less, yeah, that's the nature of things in this area at the very least. There's definitely a lot of demons around. We're just not dealing with as many here. This area is apparently the dominion of more or less an AI theocracy that was becoming a real issue even before everything went wrong. Yep, there's Ghost Me gonna be a problem too. That's grand. The fact that that spell still goes off when he dies is very upsetting. Wait. Where'd my money land? So we died down here. Well, that's... question now, isn't it? Is this a secret door, by the way? No. Okay. Was checking to make sure that wasn't a secret shortcut or something that would be beneficial. Hey, Ghost Me, come down here and fight. This way I can at least get rid of you. There we go. Just quickly make mince of Ghost Me, and now he's not a problem anymore. The knife isn't nearly as effective against these bigger enemies, as it's the wrong damage type. You know, it's probably for the best that I go back to the sword against this many of them. It looks like a few things I've seen before. So it's really hard to say which one it's meant to look like. They probably all, for the most part, branch off the same thing. That somebody saw at some point and went, that looks cool. I'm putting this in insert media here. It's like, it's got a bit of Chimera energy. There's some Displacer Beast in there. There's a lot of things I see looking at that thing. There's a secret door. Oop. Where does this lead? Some thermosteel. Door tongue. Okay. The Arisen are AI. Only truth will save us. Well, truth killed another guy, so, you know. Truth being the double-edged sword that it always is. Leech enhancer. Okay, that will actually be very helpful. And this is one of the doors we saw over by the breach. Yeah, I used the spell of stab. It is a very effective bit of magic that makes your opponent bleed rapidly. I could give up my slight increase in health and get energy back faster. Now, the thing about getting energy back faster is it also applies to charging my healing ability. So I think that will actually be worth it. We'll have a lower maximum, but we can recharge it more efficiently. It should balance out. Especially since I can charge by just flattening somebody like this. There we go. Behold the spell of bonk. It goes bonk, and bonk, and bonk. Imagine if that was just a hole there where the shadows were and I just assumed there was ground. That would have been terrible. Another Incilium ingot. I can use that to craft things. Interesting. If you're wondering if that's in a different language or something, it's in some kind of weird thing they made here. I mean, it's hard to put the only living thing in an area in prison now, isn't it? That way is death, huh? I'll be the judge of that. Well, this seems sketchy. I say as I stubbornly continue on this path anyway. That wasn't so bad. They made that seem like there was no way I was gonna make that. Turn around for something? Huh? Yeah, exactly. If they're telling me something's gonna kill me, I want to know. If they just told me there was nothing there, I would have just went, okay, and turned around and wouldn't have thought anything of it. Gotta say, that was the worst staircase ever, though. 0 out of 10. Do not recommend. Yeah. Yep, I got screwed on that deal. There was not enough room to maneuver, and with 2 of them, I was just getting screwed by the build up. There was nothing I could have done about that one. It did work, but the fact that it functioned is counterbalanced by the fact that the absolute lack of safety of any kind really just makes that balance. I don't know why my money was here, but I will take that. Yeah, they cast Rapid Bonk, which I can't beat. They win with that one. But now we need to build our health back up a bit, now that I've gotten rid of our health boost. I need to actually, you know, have a health stat. There we go. Because I think we're only like 1 point short of where the item had put us, so that's not bad. Energy we're not really using that much. I do need to get our attack stats up sooner rather than later, though. Since we got our money back, though, there's no need to go running back to where we just died. So before I go too awful far, let's backtrack back to where those blue pools were and make sure there's nothing down there that we want. Because we know there's an item there because we saw it from up here. This is why we don't let them do things. When they do things, we die. It's a good thing I added more health, though, or we would have died to that. I may want to figure out what the resistance to this status is and get more of it, though, because it is building concerningly fast. Yeah, here's the staircase. Because there's the pool they were all standing at, which we didn't resolve that either, but I'm more interested in resolving down here at the moment. Since we have a confirmation that there is an item down here, since we saw it from up above. And we know for a fact that down there is death. Now, the problem with being down here is all of this blue goo does the same stuff that the orbs we get hit with do. That's another death pit. Weren't there a lot more guys down here when we were here before? There was even fish in the pools and everything. But it was during the storm, and the storm does cause more monsters to spawn. So that's probably the thing. Understandable, you enjoy that nap. What we got? Radioactive melee, a conductor. Yeah. Happy New Year. Probably same as the old year, but you know, we don't think about that much. Yeah, with that radioactive conductor, we have another elemental damage type. That might allow us to actually make use of our stats a little more. There we go. Yeah, this was definitely worth coming down here for so far. If for the conductor alone, really. Oop. Prizes? Filter goggles. Okay. Usually the goggles are good for one stat or another. Another accelerator. We still don't know what to use those accelerators for, but one problem at a time. Filter goggles. They're a pure reflex item, and they protect against induction instead of physical. I probably want that. Because we've got overall okay physical defense now, and now our induction's caught up to our physical. So that should work reasonably. It won't be ideal or great, but it'll do. Yeah, we don't have enough strength to make use of that. But I can show what it looks like for those interested. This is the Link Despoton. It's basically this game's equivalent of a greatsword. Now, the DLC did add proper two-handed weapons to this game. This game otherwise doesn't really have those. Ooh. I thought I was just gonna jump from here to there, and that looks like it's possible. But boy, do I not like that idea suddenly. Let's try going the other way. So I'm curious what that item is, but not so curious as to make that sketchy a jump. This one seems a little bit better. So, armor off, so I get more jump range. Hiya! Okay. And it was just more money. Well, poo. The good news is this also gets us access to the path that was behind it, if it even leads anywhere. You know, it's a good thing this guy can put on and off armor so quickly. Oh, we've been here before. This is back at the beginning. So I could have just walked to the path I did dangerous, super sketchy jumps for. Why am I not surprised? Speaking of sketchy jumps, let's go back around over here, do the sketchy jump again. Make sure there's nothing else over here, because I thought there was another path we didn't take. Yeah, because I don't think we went up. Ooh. Oh, this is related to the thing in the middle of the other part, I think, actually. Is the big thing with the 4 buttons, I'm pretty sure is an elevator. I don't know if that's the same elevator, but those are both elevators, at the very least. Oh, there's another item over there, and a door. So that's the secret door we opened. So we know where that leads, at least. Specifically, we know that it leads nowhere. You know, it seems like nothing but a bad idea on a space station to have all of these open holes. Oh, that actually goes somewhere, though. Huh. You know, I feel like that's more upsetting rather than less. But this is why I look down all of the holes, is because eventually you'll find in some pits that might actually go somewhere. Using them to go places is a whole other animal, but, you know, now we know at least. Knowing's half the battle and all that. Casually making jumps over Oblivion, don't mind me. Yeah, there was an item down here that we apparently didn't grab as well, because we saw it from over on the other side. And now we go through this doorway over here, hopefully, leading to somewhere. I don't like this. Everything about this screams bad idea. And I know I said I was going to train up the other weapon, but this place is just a little too dangerous to be training up a underleveled weapon. Oh, this guy's actually got a shield. Good for him. Pity it didn't do any good for him, but, you know. He was trying. Points for trying. God, this is fall to your death central around here. Oh, hey, a gun. And a firearm conductor to go with it. So... what was that thump I just heard? Wasn't in-game. Let's go back up to where we just killed the other guy. Because that should be far enough away from where any other enemies will be wandering. And then I'm gonna go check on that. Just in case. Last thing I need is a surprise. Because I think it was just like wind and such, but it never hurts to make sure. Not windy. Everything's fine. Just hearing things getting knocked around as usual. That's the flip side to being hyper aware. Listening for every possible sound. So I hear footsteps walking up on me, as I hear everything. Even through the headphones. I figured that's why I was getting bumped when I walked over there. Well, bye, dum-dum. But that's exactly why I was quick about going down to the end of that and then coming back, is because I was pretty sure they were going to spawn things to try to kill me. At some point, this is gonna stop working again. I didn't trust that there was gonna be a staircase there. Just everything in my instincts just told me to jump over that instead. Oh, this is problems. It is so noisy in here because of all these little bastards. Good lord. That's enough. I don't need to deal with this. There. Good lord. Thankfully, they gave me back enough charge to fix all the damage they did, so... Hooray? Boy, that sucked, though. Everything about that was awful. Because, you know, the good old strategy of when in doubt, dump 1,000 enemies on his head. Maybe he can't handle that. Back and to the left is treasure? Huh? There's an enemy. I don't really constitute him as treasure. Maybe they mean down here. Like, maybe it's back into the side when you come down here. No hidden door there or anything. You know, there were all those breaches up above. Why couldn't there be one around down here where I need one right now? Then again, I might just be missing it. Wouldn't be the first time. This is where we saw that guy walking back and forth. Oh, there's an item for... Oh, I think I understand. It's hidden in the junk pile. Aha! A secret door nobody marked. Oh, there's a utility station here. Interesting. I don't know why that's here. 3,333 Axions. This is actually the spot that I thought was connected to the junk pile, so I'm glad I didn't climb all the way back up without looking for secrets. Somehow, every time I went through that door, this guy happened to be around the corner. Which, you know, it only happened twice, but it's still weird that it happened twice. This area is still so dangerous, not because of the enemies, but because I could slip off to my death at any second. Oh, God. Another utility station? Why is there two of them down here? I'm glad I found a breach, but why are there two utility stations so close together? That seems weird. Yeah, everything we're using goes off of reflex at least somewhat, so we'll keep pushing that for the moment. Is there really nothing up here? There can't possibly be absolutely nothing up here. Okay, so maybe there can be nothing up here. I feel so incredibly suspicious of that, though. You know, there's just fish down there, because that's what we want. Any of these a secret door? No. I feel like I've been lied to. Oh yeah, and just so people get a look at it, there's your mouth of filth gun. Takes less cognition to use than the rail gun, but you'll notice it has a full digit less range because it's more of a close range blasty gun rather than a long range weapon. It is quite good for what it does, I will say that. But we are not using guns this day. Yeah, I didn't figure jumping up there was gonna do anything, but curiosity. Yeet. I figured if that was gonna kill me with a breach right there, I didn't care. Okay, so that walks you down into the goo. Which we probably don't want to do right now. Oh, that almost was bad. Let the fact that we nearly gained a full level of that status effect just by jumping over that teach you why we don't want to fall in there. Come here, fishy. I don't want to fight you in your pool. You come on out here to me. I hate it here. Can I learn to do that? Ow. Ow, 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 ow. What part of don't do that didn't you understand? Okay, that's one of them dealt with. Because if I want to get that item, I'm really not going to want to deal with them at the same time. That's just going to be bad times all around. Come on. Come back over here. This is inconvenient. Could you kindly... Thank you. One sec. Okay. This is probably a bad idea. Ow, 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 ow. Mineral pulse material. Okay. Ah, eep, eep. Okay. Didn't go as crazy as I thought it would when touching that, but it wasn't great. And now we're back to where I clobbered those two. Right after we came around this corner. Okay. I guess this means we can safely walk the goo then. I don't like this plan, but that is probably what that means. And it probably also means the extra layer of problems in that we're going to have to. At the very least, to get that. Yeah, immediately upon contact with that stuff, the meter filled. I'm surprised the fish have not become aware of our presence here. I'm not unhappy about that, but I am confused. That explains the noise I was hearing. Ow. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, that could have been a lot worse. That could have been infinitely worse. Oh, he seems to not be having a good time. What's this do? Connect with the ominous monolith. That doesn't seem like a good idea at all. Hi. Oh. Who's there? I can hear you. Well, if you look up, you could see me, too. What's that? This is one of the gates that connect this reality to the underworld. They placed it near my cell so I can never sleep. I have seen people commune with these, often never return. Those who did lost their minds shortly thereafter. You'll want to be careful if you enter the underworld. No one can remain in that place for long. You're a spawn, aren't you? I can still smell the salt of the pond on you. Leave me be. You must be doing their bidding, otherwise you'd be dead. You think you're doing the right thing, but you're being used. That's often the case. As soon as the door is open, they'll send their false prophet and proclaim their heathen scriptures to be the truth. Leave me be. My blood is boiling. I cannot speak. Leave me be. Oh, I'm gonna go touch the fancy rock and go to the underworld. Bye. This doesn't seem great. Whee! I'm going to hell. I'm going to hell. Oh, we're a ghost now. Huh. Wasn't that weird? Nihil shards. Now, they said we can't stay here for long. More nihil shards. I don't know what'll happen if we run out of time to be down here. Oh, great. It's more of these weirdos. I guess they come over from the underworld, and that's why they were in our world to begin with. You know, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so breaches exist here, too. But I can't connect with them. So we're just in the other dimension that's attached to our world, presumably, then. Since that's more or less what the experiment seems to have accomplished, is connecting these two worlds. I mean, if I keep finding more of these shards, I'm gonna keep grabbing them along the way. No reason not to. We seem to have a good amount of time here. If that clock over there is indicating how much time we have to be in this reality. Hey, you guys have fun in the puddle. I'm just gonna leave. There was a little bit of jank there, so it ended up eating my jump. What's up here? I guess I can't go that way. That is a limitation of Weird Ghost World. Oh, you're just a regular enemy now, huh? Now, joke's on you. Since you're a regular enemy, you're just as affected by that as everybody else. But because you're a regular enemy, there's that many of you around, huh? Anyway. This doesn't seem great. Fourth Archon Knight. Apparently one hit from that nearly killed him, so... Wait, there's more than 1 meter, isn't there? No, it was just that easy. Okay. Well, that was shocking. So apparently that kicked me back to the normal map? Question mark? Or did I run out of time? Did it just happen to run me out of time right as I killed it? I'm not sure. On the bright side, I got all the money, so got that going for me. Could raise my health further. We already discussed that for the time being, Foresight's just gonna sit there at 9. This does raise our radiation protection while also buffing our weapons a little bit. We'll go ahead and raise our strength. Now, the only upsetting thing is I need to get back over there if I want to go check. Wrong button, but that's okay. Woo! Back through the goo. There we go. I'm not as scared of the goo now that we've traversed it once. I'm gonna go back to the ghost realm for a moment and go back to where we just were. I want to see if it kicked me out of there because, like, my job was done, or if I ran out of time. And if anything, like, dropped there because of us killing the 4th Archon Knight. Or if we somehow had gotten robbed of that kill. Wait. He's here too. Also, I just realized it's reversed. Because the monolith was over here. Now it's over here. And he's also facing a different direction. Like, he's leaning differently. I think that's why I might have been a little bit confused navigating through here, is the directions are reversed. Let's see, we got to that by going this way, didn't we? Oh wait, no, because we went around, jumped down, got past these two, and that's when the jump came in to get over here. I'll need to remember this is here, because apparently that's not something in this reality, but it is in ours. God, I hate the sound these things make. Okay. Yeah, because here's where the breach was. And we were headed back up when we found the Archon Knight, right? No, I must be going the wrong way because there's a nil shard I didn't pick up. Yeah, because we didn't go in here last time. We must have went the other way. So this stuff's lit up in this world, so that's interesting. Is there anything down here in this world? Nope. Can definitely tell there's still a storm going on, regardless of which world I'm in, though, since everything's still shaking. So, you know, that's not ideal. Yeah, I think we went this way. No, but we couldn't have. Yes, we could have. Just not very far. Yeah, because these are the two guys by the pool. Where the hell did I go that I found the Archon Knight, then? Because I just want to go back to that room and make sure I didn't miss something. Because we didn't really travel that far to get there. Oh wait, wasn't it up there? Because I know I went up. This looks right. Except it's not quite right, considering... Yeah, but there's the Archons, so that is the right-ish direction. I just took a wrong turn on the right direction. Yeah, because there's the barrier. Bye. Almost followed the damn thing off there. I've been working on the railroad all the live long day. Yeah, it looks like there's nothing special here. Oh, Nail Hill Rock is here, though. That's different. So it was debatably worth coming back. Just to make sure that there was nothing that I missed by getting warped away. You know, that doesn't look great. That's just a lot of strings intermingling there and becoming incomprehensible. Nothing up here. Okay. Now, the important question then remains... what else is around? Because I assume killing that Archon Knight was the important thing to do here. I'm kind of surprised we didn't get much for doing that. Like, we got a bunch of money. But I would have thought that that would have, like, gotten rid of this barrier or something. Or given us an item, perhaps. But apparently we got a lot of nothing for doing that. Aside from a bunch of Axions. I would assume it's probably important for something. It just may not be obvious what it's important for. One way or the other, it was something to kill, and I killed it, so... that's good enough for me. I'm just gonna clean up as much as I can while we're here now, and... we'll eventually be sent back. How do I get to that room? also don't know if it matters if I die while I'm in this world, since I'm a ghost. So, you know, we could have some science about that, too. If I really wanted to. Dang it. Ah, well. So... I seem to be running out of territory to cover in ghost form. So I guess let's see what happens if we go back to the monolith and commune with it again, if it just, like, puts me back at the monolith instead of the breach, or if I can even do anything with it. I apparently can touch it and freely exit the underworld. Alright. Do you have any reaction to that? Oh, the abyss has stopped crushing my mind. What have you done? Oh, what a relief. I can finally think. Eye of the Patriarch. Since when did we have that item? I don't remember seeing that in my item list. I'm gonna keep it for now. I don't know if I can change my mind and give it to him, but I want to figure out what the hell the game's talking about with that before I go giving that away. So we have a Seal of Chaos. Yeah, apparently I can't look at it, because it doesn't seem to be anywhere in my inventory. Unless I'm blind. There it is. An arisen synthetic eye that appears to have been ripped out of somebody's head. When did I get this? Oh, I probably got it from the two arisen that we fought back in the Sun District, actually. Yeah, you know what? Sure, let's see what happens. The Patriarch appears lifeless. Oh, I guess I needed to give it to him the first time the prompt showed up. Thanks, game. I just wanted to look at the thingy first. Oh, well. He's still moving, though, game. Whatever. What a shame for him. Let's just breach warp. Is either that or we... game? Yes, I would like to leap back to... Okay, I guess it doesn't work right now. Oh wait, there it goes. It just was taking a while for some reason to happen. I thought maybe it was because we technically hadn't touched a breach last, because we last touched the obelisk and the game was confused. But it was just taking half past forever for the spell to cast and not giving me any indication that anything was happening. Then round off our strength. Got a lot of consumable axioms, but they're not helping anything at the moment. And our strength with... our reflex without our boost... Wait, do I just have 11 reflex? Oh, something died again. Or is something I'm wearing increasing it now? Hang on, I'm just gonna clear out everything for a second. Yeah, we just have 11 reflex, apparently. I don't remember raising it to that. I thought I had it lower, but that's fine. Because I knew this one increased my reflex. So I thought that's where the numbers were getting confused. Okay, so we'll re-equip everything in its appropriate order. Unless maybe the... No, because the leech enhancer would be enhancing leech, not reflex, so... Yeah. We can also play around with the demon scythe and the hatchet now if we want to. Since we have the stats for that. I'm gonna assume that there's not that much other reason to be down here anymore other than that one thing we saw in the ghost realm that I didn't touch in the real world yet. That looked like a button. That was over this way. There's also the place where the knight was in the real world that I can go check. Because we haven't been over there in the real world yet, I don't think. Somewhere down here there was a button-looking thing. I'm impressed that he made it through the goo to come after me. I will respect him for that, even as I smash him into the floor with no mercy. Because it was like over by some of the rocks that we saw it, but everything is weird. Wait. There it is. Because I knew it was on the right in that world, so it'd be on the left in this world. A pattern, I226029417. I don't know what that means, so I'm just gonna take a picture of that in case I need that at some point. I'm sure if I looked through my camera roll, I would probably find this, because I took pictures of a bunch of patterns and such like this back then. Actually, no, that would be on a different phone. Now, the question becomes, is there actually going to be anything over here? For one, there won't be a barrier. Ah, that's why the barrier was there, though, is this is inaccessible at the moment. It's an elevator. But maybe there'll be something there where the knight used to be. Oh, great. So you're the thing that replaces the Archon slavers in this world. Not gonna lie, I'd rather deal with the Archons. Because that keeps happening with these jerks. I was hoping to finish him off quickly, and since he cast the stupid spell, we just lose. The only other option I would have been to back up and waste time, and I just wanted to be past him. Like, it's definitely a spell that preys on impatience. Which, you know, means it always works on me. I don't know why my Axions keep appearing where we respawn, but I'll accept that. And for the time being, I got no problem with it making my life simpler. I don't know why a random enemy keeps keeling over out there in the distance somewhere. It must be spawning in a really stupid spot. There's a Temporary thought. Oh no, neither is these have conductors in them yet, so there's not much point in using them. I was gonna mess around with them, but there's not much point if the conductor isn't attached to them yet. Because I think I can raise familiarity without a conductor being in, but there wouldn't be any benefits. And I've swapped back to the better sword just to deal with this jerk. Speaking of jerks that need to be dealt with, hello, other me. Thankfully, he is readily dealt with. I think this is the wrong staircase, but we should check over here anyway. Oh, this just goes to nothingness in this reality. Interesting. Nope. Nope. If I'm gonna try to go there, I'm gonna try to go from that ledge instead, because this seems like just death. Wasn't there at least some walkway down there in the ghost world? Or am I just losing my mind? Mind you, me losing my mind is not a mutually exclusive concept here, but one can dream. You little bitch. Just casting the bullshit spell over and over again. It's because I can knock you down so easily, isn't it? It's your only means of counterbalancing the fact that I can just splatter you across the pavement. With how guarded that is, I have to assume there's something there, but let's finish our thought first. I hate it. Oh, there's a purple thingy here. Hey, no kicking. There we go. That worked. This, I assume, was the whole point of killing that knight, then. Oh, that's how I get that. Okay, we're actually in business to use foresight, then. We now have magic orb we can throw. You'll notice it makes us a lot heavier to have this out, though. Choo! Magic ball of pain. What's our load at now? 91%. Oof. Not ideal. Let's not have that be an offhand then, shall we? Oh, that's only a 5% difference without a primary weapon in hand, though. Woof. Aww. The good news, though, is I can immediately swap it away so we can move properly. Kick people, we can run. It would appear that our other buttons, our heavy attack button, for example, doesn't do anything with this. Choo! 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 Yeah, we can just, like, fling magic death pinball around, is more or less the idea now. As you can see, though, it drains a lot of energy out of our pool of not much energy yet. Because I wasn't worried about using magic because we couldn't find anything to use magic. Where does that staircase go? Can I reach it from here? for shits and giggles. Maybe I should have healed first. I might have survived the impact if I had healed first. I don't think jumping over there was of any real value to us anyway. I don't know that for a fact, but you know. I also want to see if something happens here. Yep. Apparently that's just a thing that's happening right now. I appear to have bugged the universe in such a way that I will always get my stuff back. I don't know how to feel about that. It really isn't a bad thing because all it's going to do is save us time. It won't really break the game in any way. Need to start raising my load if I'm gonna try to use that thing more. But I also need to raise my energy so it can do a meaningful amount. Probably load first though. So good lord, we're already level 50. Fun fact, the file I had before stopped at level 60. But one of the big differences is we've actually been committing in these areas, whereas that file kind of dipped into places, went, ugh, this sucks, and left a lot. So now I either leave this area, like I'm starting to do right now, or I go see if that other staircase actually leads somewhere. And I'm kind of disinclined to be that interested down there. There's also a part of me that genuinely wonders if letting that patriarch guy die is a good or a bad thing. I feel like he probably would have given me a quest or something if I had saved him. Does this lead somewhere? That is a very technical yes, but a realistic no. Now, this does bring up the question in the end either way, though, of where do we go from here? And I think one of the answers in my mind is actually that we're going to go backwards a bit further. And what we're going to do is go back to the observatory for a moment. Oh, you fuckers. You're trying to push me off this ledge. I can't believe we didn't actually go off that ledge. I feel like by every right I should have fallen off of there. But I'm happy that I didn't. Hello, orb bearer. Goodbye, orb bearer. I'm leaving. So that was a whole thing down there. Ooh, that was a meaty noise that happened when I hit him that time. Be gone. Okay. This leads back to where we came from. And I think all of this happened because I was curious about what was down here, because I remembered seeing a thing from up top. We ended up in a whole other zone, more or less. And we ended up going to hell. Wild how these things work out sometimes, huh? Giant ball of pain is still floating there. Here's where we grabbed a thing before. Now, the main idea behind what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to backtrack hard enough to get to, Ow, 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 ow. I'm trying to get to a breach that I can use to warp, is the idea. There's so many things that want me dead. And they are, like, right behind me. Later, sucker. Reason why we came back here is so that we can put some stuff into the other weapons we now have the ability to use. Mostly for fun. It's like we can put a catalyst conductor in here. Make our magic stick better. We can put something in this thing if we want. I only got a radioactive and a strength conductor, though. And I kind of want to put the radioactive into something I'm actually using. As nice as the reflex conductor's been in this, I feel like giving this elemental damage might be more interesting. Ooh, that destroy... Oh, radioactive is cognition scaling. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. We won't be using that, because our cognition sucks. So we'll just toss a strength conductor in this and call it a day, then. Because I'm more interested in trying out the demon scythe than in using the hatchet, because I've used the hatchet before. Question is, actually the scythe doesn't make us that much heavier, surprisingly. Yeah, the knife's not actually quite done yet, either. Our current biggest problem is we've not gained access to any other new areas that I can think of. There might be things we missed in some of the other areas we've been to already. I'm pretty sure one of the later abilities on this is the fire move that they were using against us before. Is there anything else we can do while we're here? Yeah, because we already made the saber upgrade. I think we could upgrade the heat shield. No, we need a lot more thermal steel than that for that idea. For the cross shield. Nope, we didn't get any hard glass still. And there's no point. Oh yeah, we actually have anti-carbon from the nihil shards. Okay. That I presume is for making certain, like, probably dark damage items or something. We still haven't gotten anything that upgrades our healing method. Which that makes me sad. We do have an alternative healing method now. In the purging ritual. That takes a lot more charge. And I'm a little worried about the whole insanity thing he was talking about anyway. Let's consume all of our remaining stuff right quick. Use this at 5,500. Because we should upgrade some stuff while we're here as well. Yeah, the entropy damage I think is something I do still want, because that gives us foresight scaling. I don't think I really want to keep it on the dagger, because the dagger doesn't seem to really be benefiting from it. So we're going to quickly disassemble a couple things. Hey, I didn't confirm the change. There we go. Yeah, because that makes it go down 7 damage. If I put the entropy in this, that goes down to 19 and 12. So that makes it 31 instead of the 36 it was after the other upgrade. So that would technically still be stronger. But I don't think that's the one I want for that then either. And just to verify, radioactive still does not work well because the scaling with cognition would shoot us in the foot. Which I think I understand what the bonus thing means now, actually. See how it's bonus 40-40 right now? The bonus is the scaling amount. So it basically is 40% of your stat right now. But if I were to put, for example, a strength conductor in there, it goes to 115% of my stat. This one gives it 75% cognition scaling. What makes it weird is the fact that you then lose some scaling somewhere. Like, in the fact that it has to split its damage type, it ends up having a time with that idea. This is at least what I think this all means. Putting the entropic conductor on this might actually be the play. Is this ends up with the same amount of damage. We'll try that, actually. Because that just fits... That seems more fitting anyway. For it to have magic damage on a big demon scythe thing. Let's see, I need to fix the knife again still. It does feel kind of weird to put like a strength thing into the knife or something, but that's all we've got left, really. Unless I take the reflex off of the other one. Yeah, because that only makes it go up by 3. Whereas if I put the reflex one back... I don't know, the reflex one actually ends up being less. This is increasing by 75 either way. Actually, that is a good point. Why is that working? Whatever. It's the only augment we have that's extra right now, so we'll throw it in there. Let's go ahead and upgrade our conductor. We'll see if we can upgrade something else or not. No. So we'll go ahead and upgrade the one that's in the knife because we can afford that. There we go. We'll experiment with this laid out this way. This could easily end up a horrific mistake and just completely backfire on me. It's back to the Arisen Dominion to try to climb back past all those guys. I'm going to use them as my testing ground for the weapon differences. And it may seem like a silly idea when we have something that's been working to change it up, but how else am I going to keep things interesting? I doubt I'm going to keep the scythe long term because it's going to be too slow. But I want to at least give it a chance, you know? Like, the reach on it's nice, but that speed is ew. Oh, I don't even know where... Oh, it must be these tables. The truth is that the Arisen have succeeded where we have failed. A perfect transposition of consciousness, memory, and personality into an immortal synthetic form. Strangely, they still don't embrace their eternal existence, but choose to end their lives at the age of 152 Earth years. Not sure where... Oh, there's a data pad sitting there. Okay, I just didn't see it. So it's a good thing that we walked around a bit to test this, because we never would have seen that otherwise. As expected, this has some real good impact to it. So we can kind of juggle these guys like we did before. How much is this building up? A good amount, actually. That's not too bad. I'm not sure if the meter gain is on kill or on hit. Let's see how much that moved now. I think it's on kill. Because we really didn't gain that much when we hit him a bunch. And if it was on hit, the dagger would be leveling at an astronomical rate by comparison to everything else, I would figure. But this definitely just goes to show that weapon abilities seem to be the way to go at all times. Unless you really want to use a shield. Because when I was playing this before, which is why I keep bringing this up, I was having a devil of a time dealing with a lot of these enemies that are in here too. Because regular attacks just did not do much. Whereas the overhead swing on this and the other weapons, which are just the basic weapon abilities they have been just flooring them. Mostly due to knockdown. But, you know, use the tools you have and all that. In the time that this finishes swinging, he's gotten up, so this is almost better than the sword for keeping them stun locked. Because I don't have to worry about ending up swinging through them or anything. We almost have... Actually, does it have its... God damn it. Does it have its level 2? Not quite. Needs to kill one more thing. Entropy damage does seem to work on these, even though they look like they do entropy damage themselves. Bonk. Okay. Ooh, actually that's... What just happened here? Notice how the meter leaped forward? What happened there? On the bright side, though, making this weapon lighter is a very good thing. Looked at that, I'm pretty sure, already. Just double checking the local area just in case while we're up and about. Hey there, Jay. How you doing? We're just doing experiments on different weapons at this point, just in case any of them work better than what I've been using. Get back here, you. And Happy New Year, Jay. Alright. And whack. And whack. This one seems tougher than the other ones. It's taking more hits, which is upsetting. There we go. Yeah, that was just a very big jump on the meter that time for some reason. And we've got a health increase, so that's good. Hoping that this weapon will actually do what I remember it doing, but it isn't doing it yet. Fingers crossed that it eventually gets there. And bonk. And one more. Bonk. Come here, you. Nah, 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 nah. None of that. Even less of that, please. Pay for your sins. Continue paying. You have not sufficiently paid yet. I was wondering why he was just staring at me. He was waiting for me to make a move so he could set me up for failure. Joke's on him. I'm very familiar with failure. Let's try this idea. Choo. Bonk. Choo. So that worked great for baiting him over here. Actually did a good amount of damage too. Bonk. And a bonk. And bonk. And one more. Okay, still one more. There we go. This also gets us a good bit of Axions, so this should help. This one I don't need to bait out because he's all alone. And bonk. And another one. Even with the entropy damage on, these guys aren't going down as quick as the ones we saw in the fields down below. So I think these are stronger versions. They're worth less money, though, which is weird. I don't know. Something that doesn't add up about that. We're almost to the next level for this thing. Magic Man, where'd you go? There you are. enough out of you with that. Yeah, entropy damage, as you can see, doesn't really work the best against these guys. Make up your mind, damn you. Okay. Just because I wanted you to make up your mind doesn't mean you needed to decide to do that. Remember, kids, be careful what you wish for. You just might get it. Oh no. Oh no, I'm paralyzed. No, 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 no. Well, we just lose because he's stacking that effect up higher and higher, too. Well, that's great. Yeah, that's just a no-win prospect when that happens. Which is just very unfortunate. Okay, that's still happening. Still don't know why our stuff keeps respawning with us, but I'll take it. I think this is the point where I start raising my energy. So I do want to get more carrying capacity, but more energy seems like it'll be more beneficial at the current juncture. Before we proceed too far, though, I am going to get up for a quick moment. So there will be the usual, like, 1-minute ad. I'll be right back. Won't be long. Not gonna lie, was half expecting to come back to the dead screen somehow, but everything's fine. Like I said, wasn't gonna take long. I think I was gone longer than the minute, but that's okay. Just means you're guaranteed not to be missing anything when I came back. Let's see. No, I should just keep on keeping on over here, I think. Ah, there we go. Engulfed in flame, in fire from below. That, I think, is the move I was thinking about. Yeah. It's not the move they used, but it is actually quite useful from what I remember. It's pretty much the reason to have this weapon. It consumes a good bit of energy is the only problem. But that's why I was interested in getting more energy. Was so that we could actually use that. And as you can see, just a couple swings, and you get all that energy back anyway. The important thing to that is it gives us a very quick, easy to use action with some reach to it. The best part is you can do something like that. Knock them down and then blast them as well. It's all in all very useful. When I was running back up to test it, I forgot that we had died, and that's why everything respawned. But how's everybody doing out there with your new year? Oh god. It's 2-on-1, huh? Hi-ya! I really thought that would hit him on his way across somehow. We never did test out the dash attack or anything on the sword either, did we? I just realized that. We just kept using it as a beating stick. But it has... Oh yeah, it also gained extended range, right. I forgot that that was like one of the biggest things about this weapon is the fact that it gets an extension as it grows. Yeah, it's got this dash attack, which I believe is pretty good from what I remember. We've got a long way to go before this starts to be a thing. Sadly, due to our low energy, we can't cast it a lot yet. Is why it can't really do a ton. I could raise my forset. Yeah, I will be. It's just gonna take a while. Things are expensive at this point. So Lord knows I wish in life I could just snap my fingers and get more energy. Nope, those are going way too high. I just gave them a fancy light show to look at. Yeah, you come down here. This way I don't have to deal with you and ghost me. The fact that they can teleport while face planted on the ground is a hell of a thing. Okay, he is all kinds of confused now. And as a direct result, so am I. No more of that. Okay. Right. That's how the glaive potential works. It's actually an activated move where it just becomes a larger sword. Oh, and it's just the right time of day where the special fight's here now, huh? Oh. Ow. Ooh. Rude, sir. Anyway. So this is a mild issue. And just to show off the dash before we go in there. Nyum. It's a little slow, so it's not the best, but it is useful. Under the circumstances, I think I'm gonna swap to this. Can I cheat the system, actually? Hang on. I can! Haha! Hey, you come here. Remember, kids, fighting fair is for suckers. And boom! Is for those that weren't here last time, I'd have to fight these things and a bunch of other enemies if I cross this barrier right now. So if I kill these guys before I cross the barrier, I don't have half that problem anymore. It just becomes a bunch of regular enemies to deal with, which that's fine. And you know, it's also just very funny. All things considered, it was probably better to have kept the glaive like I just swapped back to for this situation anyway, because these guys come at you pretty quick. Though, oh, not that one. We can even the odds a little bit with a little spike action. God damn it, I keep cycling just a little too hard and ending up on the wrong weapon. We are so close to dead. You and your chip damage. Okay. Yep, there's another phase to this where more spawn, huh? Okay. Oh, that's not good. That's definitely not what I wanted to see. We are in so much trouble in here right now. Okay, that's two more of them disposed of. Smooth moves you got there, buddy, but calm yourself for a moment. No more of that. Okay, he's dealt with. Nice. We got a healing proficiency for doing that. Oh, boy. That's why those are worth doing, though. Because that healing proficiency, I'm pretty sure, is what lets me upgrade our healing ability. So we can actually get more charges. You also notice it was worth a lot of money. They only appear during these specific times on the clock up there, though. We avoided one down in the Sun District, which I really should go back and do at some point. Because the enemies that are going to pile in from that aren't going to be nearly as bad anymore. There we go, just a bit more energy. We still need a lot more than that for this to become particularly effective. Well, let's quickly go back to the observatory and prove what I was thinking. Use healing proficiency to upgrade healing. It's now +1. What that +1 does, not entirely sure. I want to say it's more charges, but it might also be more charges and more healing. Important thing is, it's better. Boy, do I regret having put my stabilization down here now, though. Boy, do I regret that, because we could have had a stable breach up at the top instead of down here at the bottom. Should have just been happy enough with walking back through the embassy, but no, I wanted the quick way back in here. Past me, shakes fist. Past me is such a problem. Also, I could have taken yesterday to fix the issue with like the link tree thing and all of that, so it would auto post in there properly. Yeah. See previous statement about past me being a problem. Past me was lazy yesterday and it didn't happen. Oh, I guess it was just stretching and made noise. Oh wow, that didn't knock him down this time. Oh right. The thing I was going to say before I went on a complaint tirade about myself. During the storm, things are also harder to stagger, hit harder, have more health, all of that good stuff. All those things you don't want. Is, you know, the world that's giving them all their strength is in better alignment during these times. But as you can see, we do have 3 charges of healing now. So that's good. Easy there, buddy. Hey. How about we don't do that? Speaking of don't do that. Okay. That's fine. Aggroing him is okay. Come here, you. Missed it. It became immediately less okay when I missed. You know, it's a real shame that your friend just watched that happen to you and didn't do anything about it. Anyway. You, I don't think I have to deal with. You're not directly in my way. I say I don't think I have to deal with because I wasn't sure I was going to be able to outrun him. Hi. Don't mind me, I'm just invading your space. There we go. I thought this was where the breach was, but I must have missed a turn. So that's a problem. The other side? This looks familiar. I think I'm on the right track for getting to the checkpoint. To a checkpoint, anyway. God, those doors are so loud. It was down there is where we went and found all the good things like this staff. Now, these guys really didn't pay me any mind when I was smashing them all, so let's see if I can just avoid them in the first place. Of course, now they're all attentive. Of course. When I'm just trying to slip past, they care. When I'm pummeling their friends into the floor, they don't see anything. Was there nothing else here? Huh. Weird. Ow. I would appreciate it greatly if you would not continue to pursue me in this manner, sir. I will have to take action if you continue to pursue me in that manner. We've already been over here and grabbed what was here. I think he went home now, so he's not an issue anymore. Got some real doubts about that one. I think that's a case if I need wings and I ain't got them. Which that's a thing. Why spawn just man-shaped spawn? Why not make, I don't know, man with wings or something? I feel like that would be a lot more effective. This really feels like there should be a secret door here, but apparently there isn't. It's probably one of the ones that opens from the other side or something stupid like that. Or I go running that way. Hang on. Now the question becomes, how do we get over on that other side? Because there wasn't a door over here. This room only goes down, not up. Well, actually, it's black hole time now, so maybe... No, it's not tied to that, apparently. Basically, whenever those two circles line up on the clock there, things change. So usually there's markers around the places that change. And there's nothing like that here. And I'm leaning more towards I need to get over there from a different spot. Like, it's not a case of you get there from here. So I'm like 90% sure if I try to jump that gap, I'll die. But apparently there's nothing else in this room? Which seems kind of crazy to me. Like, I feel like there's something hidden in here. So let's deal with these guys again. Same way we did the first time we were in here. Once again, you're actually paying attention this time, huh? Just because it's annoying if you do it now. For those that weren't here a little bit ago, when we cleared this room out the first time, we'd hit these guys and they would just jump off into the abyss like that. And it was great. I don't know why they were actually putting up a fight that time, but it was upsetting. I think the whole thing is they try to backstep to get away from you. Okay. That happened, I guess. I can't help but feel that that's fair, and I got punished for my sins there. I still don't know why our money keeps reappearing next to me. I didn't do anything to make this happen. I have to keep saying that, I feel. Otherwise, I'm gonna get accused of cheating. Which, not gonna lie, if I knew how to do that, I would. Wouldn't even bat an eye. I do think it's connected to when I tried to use the teleport ability. And it went a little weird. Guess who forgot this was in this room? So I'm also trying to find that one room again. The one where we fell to our death because the platforms went weird. So I think that's past here. Which on that note, run away! We got away with running down out of here, so I should be able to run up, and it'll be okay. I just gotta watch out for stray shots pursuing me. Oh yeah, this is where the breach I ran past was. Boop. It won't stop them, but at least I will revive there now if something goes horribly wrong. Woo! Open up. Ow. I don't even know what hit me. I remembered you were here this time. Anyway. I think the room in question's off of this room. Okay. Now, with him having been disposed of again, we can... There's somebody up there. I don't think they were there when I was here before. Either earlier today or the last time I played this. I don't think there was somebody there before. Yep, so you need 4 seals to get down in there. At least I'm assuming it's down. It might be up. You need to go down there and around to get over there. That's how we got there before. Over here's where the scary room was that had all these guys in it. I'm gonna try to just run it. I was hoping that would confuse them. Oh yeah, this is where we climbed up the wall staircase that I gave a very bad rating to because of the fact that it's an incredibly unsafe staircase. I was gonna tell them that they'll never catch me when I make this jump, but they weren't following me anymore anyway. Death that way. Yep, that checks out. But there's a breach here. Anti-gravity module. Diamond ingot. Oh boy, the diamond. I'm going to assume the tram system is still non-functional since we never did anything to change that situation. But just in case. Yep, transit system is offline. Yep, that's what I figured, is this raises our maximum carry capacity. How much does it raise it to? Well then. So you're saying I gained 24 more capacity. We lose out on the leech bonus. How much was that giving me anyway? Right now we have 5 leech with this weapon. Can I check? Looking at the weapon. Okay, it's more than double the leech. We're not using anything heavy enough to make the anti-gravity module worth it right now. The only thing that's that heavy is this, and we're not using this and moving anyway. So, I think we're okay with not using the anti-grav at the moment. But it's good to have. At least we've managed to make some semblance of progress, and we found something now. Time to climb the incredibly dangerous staircase again. Because I've still misplaced the thing I was trying to get back to, but it's fine. We'll go this way for now. You've seen how I'm going to solve that problem anyway, so if I forget to do it today, I might just do it off camera. It may take a dozen attempts just because pathing decides to go wonk stupid anyway. There's another one of those green flames. I feel like these mean something, but I don't remember what. / never knew. No. No biting. Bad. 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 Remember when I was scared of those things? Ooh. Oh, well. This is a problem. There are multiple problems at play simultaneously here. I should have sprinted away before trying to heal. That one's on me. At least we have a closer respawn now. And I assume I wasn't the only one who saw the torso crawling in the air. Actually, wait, did our Axions come with us again? They did not, so I fixed it. For better or worse, I fixed the bug. I gotta really wonder how they got up here normally. Because this really doesn't feel like the OSHA approved way to get up here. No. God damn you. Come here. Oh, sure, that just went through him. Okay, game. No. Way to run right into the sword there, buddy. Good job. He really is my ghost if he just runs into death like that. Now, are these guys gonna show up again? They sure are. I just ran around that corner just fast enough, I guess, that it became an issue. What? Oh, they came in as pairs. Okay. What a mess. They're all stronger torsos, too. Upsettingly. Not sure where my money went. It should have been around here somewhere. But that's the thing I've noticed, is sometimes your stuff just bugs out of existence entirely, sometimes it comes back, sometimes it appears where you respawned. It, you know... It's a little buggy. I'm gonna take that as just karmic balance for all the ones I got back for free. Oh god, not more of you little pains in the ankles. There we go. They did show me where an item was, though, so thank you for that. I'm finding so many Encellium ingots and things, but I need to find more things that I can actually make. I say as I find a tech station where I'm still not going to be able to make anything. I heard you that time. Cheeky little bastard. I do remember there being something important around here. Okay, thank God. I was mashing the grab button, like, please grab it, you fool. Like, I want to say this is one of the few places where I found somebody who wasn't dead or insane. Ah, this loops back to here. This was one of the doors. Okay. So that solves a lot of problems. There we go. Person ahead, don't fight, I guess is what they're trying to say. Oh. Yeah. You know, I don't think that's what they were trying to tell me. gonna go out on a limb and assume not fighting was not the suggestion there. Then again, maybe it was. Maybe they were going to try to tell me how to avoid it entirely if they just could speak words. Ow. Hi. So, wandering in that orb, huh? I'm just gonna go. Okay? I'm just gonna go. You never saw me, I never saw you. Okay. He definitely decided he saw me. This is a long ladder. And I think this shortcuts back to... No. No, it doesn't. Well. Sends me to Corpse Land instead. Population entirely too many of you little bastards. Just jump over that one. No. None of that. Good day, sir. Up we go. Another big door. You know, I wish I could close this door again. Oh boy. That works. We take those here. Oh boy. That makes this less good. The fact that they realized I was here. They don't seem that motivated to deal with me though, so I'm just gonna go. You know, if they don't want to deal with me, I don't want to deal with them. Oh, we're over here now. I thought this looked familiar. I don't feel like I've dealt with that long staircase full of Arisen yet, so I feel like that leads somewhere. This is the other side that I was pointing at before that I said we had to go down and around to get to. So I guess this is the way without jumping you're meant to get there. Is that pedestal's where the link to Spada would have been. Pardon the slight crinkling if you can hear it. I have a bit of beef jerky here that I've been munching on between fights. In theory, the noise gating should keep the majority of that from even being noticed, but just in case. That one in particular was just being a pain in the button. I don't know why. Nothing bad's happening. Okay, being locked onto him right now is a bad call. We gotta go. I was trying to eliminate him before he could warp away, and then that fight would have been pretty reasonable. Disciple Shield and the Seal of the Anima. Ooh. It's done. I know how difficult this has been and for you, but you've done the right thing. Now nothing stands in our way, and the fruit is ripe. I've kept the Patriarch alive as you requested. You can visit him any time down in the mausoleum. But I would hurry if I were you. The Ministry is eager to move on. See. You've gained knowledge about the Patriarch. You mean the dead guy? Because, he kind of passed on, I think. Passed on or passed out, one or the other. Ah, this is right above where all these guys were. Huh. So I guess that was all just for that seal of anima. Well, I guess and the disciple shield if you're silly enough to be using a shield. But you know, to each their own on that idea. Now we're back here. Is that shield actually any good? It's a good lightweight shield. It's great against energy. And pretty good for induction, too. Disciples of the Prying Eye created this beautiful apparatus, which they proudly raise up during their daily communion. It acts both as a magnifier and a symbol of their openness. Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly how that works, yes. Yes. Been a while since we gotten any new armor. And of course, we still have the Eye of the Patriarch. I wanted to look at this. There we go. A silver coin polished to a mirror finish despite the dust covering it. If you stare at it long enough, some colorful patterns begin to appear on it above the reflection of the eye. And a golden coin, masterfully crafted with some kind of electronic patterns on the back. On its face is carved the profile of an adult male, though not a human. So we've got 3 seals. I assume we need to find one more to activate that thing in the middle. Because there were 4 things on it. But we can go back up there. I don't think there's anything left down there for us now, since we have the seal. There might be like a secret door with an item down there or something. I wouldn't be surprised. Getting back, though. I did touch that breach, right? I genuinely don't remember. Also, still not sure how to get up there. I remember pondering up there for a while, trying to figure out how one would go about getting up there. And I have to assume the same thing I assumed then, which is that you have to go around somewhere to get up there. I just have no idea where. Just checking something while I munched another piece of jerky. Making sure everything's still stable and working properly. Or relatively properly. That's about what I expected. distinct lack of staircase. But the only thing I can think of is to find a way to go up now. Is we've gone out to the side. Actually, no, I guess technically the one I just got would have been the one for going up, wouldn't it? Because we climbed up the side of the building. Because we got one for going up the side of the pyramid. We got one for going in the area behind me. We got one for going all the way down to the bottom. One way or the other, going back to the breach this way is probably the smarter path. Rather than trying to make any silly jumps to get there. Because I think I touched that breach that's in the middle here. If I didn't, I'm about to be very upset. I'm pretty upset. Okay. This is a problem. Because we're now back up on top of the pyramid. Curse my shortcuts. Okay, because running back down is going to mean running back past all those guys. I guess this is as good a time as any to check to see if there's anything else left up there, huh? Since we're already here anyway. Much as this is gonna be a regrettable decision on my part. I was stuck in the floor again. Okay. Oh yeah, we didn't finish dealing with over here. Because we jumped over here and died a while ago and then never went again. What? Pardon me, sir. I was using him as a shield against his friend. I hate that. I hate that move so much. Because sometimes you just can get just barely caught by it, and oh, you're paralyzed. Yay, dead. Oh, this is happening again. Okay. So yeah, I think it is based on the teleporting. Now our stamina and our energy are about the same, so that's probably good enough for now. The longest part about this process is this stupid climb here and the walk around the corner. Alright, ghost meat. Cool it. That is enough out of you. Now, the problem is I can't, like, bait one out or anything, because it'll just put me in this position that we're in right now. My only hope on that is... Oh, the other one didn't activate. So actually, that worked perfectly. He's still pondering his orb. Here, ponder this. Primarily, the feeling of your own mortality as it rapidly approaches. Door. Okay. Beep. I don't think I like that door. Ah, this is the thing you need for getting past that puzzle I showed everybody. You use the quantum light to show the hidden writing on the panels, and then you can avoid dying. Or you could do what I showed everybody, which was just sprint like a madman across and hope you don't run into a wall. Oh, this seems great. Well, I'm getting rewarded for my stupidity. Or not. Turns out there was an invisible wall there. So that didn't work out. That was decidedly not okay. So I have a lot of questions about what they expected me to do up there. And I have a feeling I was very stupid. And I say I have a feeling I was very stupid because I have a sneaking suspicion I was supposed to use the quantum light. And it would have revealed something. So against my better judgment, we're going back up there. And I'm going to regret this decision. Like, that's not even a question. I am going to regret this. Oh, I regret it more now. I regret it more. I, for some reason, didn't anticipate the concept of them dropping down to follow me. On the bright side, I'm getting to share with them mutual regret. And, about that quantum light idea. That really doesn't seem to be working. So I think this might just be a really scuffed platform. And I shouldn't have been down here. Well, I guess I try the jump again? Question mark? I could try jumping across. Yeah. Nope, there's an invisible ceiling or something. Because I hit something I couldn't see. And my whole jump arc got fucked. So that plan didn't work. On the bright side, if my ghost shows up, he's not gonna have any armor. So as we discussed before, more often than not, if you die by falling, your ghost just doesn't show up anyway. So let's see. Guess it's time to see about getting back down from here. Because I really am not seeing much benefit to the loop I'm in up there, where I keep falling to my death. Because it almost looks like there's like a chute you're meant to fall into. But if I fall into that, I'm gonna fall in farther, and I'm like 90% sure that's just gonna kill me. Oh yeah, this I think is where we found the thingy. No, this is the other thingy. I thought this was where the slide was. Have I been up here? Yeah, I have. This is where I got confused before. We were here not long ago, in fact. In fact, isn't this the path off the pyramid itself? Yeah, it is. God damn it. I hate it here. As usual, I do things the hard way and then realize there was a much more elegant, simple solution to the whole thing. The entire time. Also, this brings me to a realization. I'm on the second floor of this room right now. Ow. Which also gives me a whole battery of stupid ideas. But I'm pretty confident that that jump's not possible. Oh, hey. This is the thing we were missing. Yoink. Seal of the snake. Woo! We got all the seals. Yum. That's right, you bold bastards aren't gonna be able to do anything about it. Okay, so we've got all 4 seals, so we can actually go down below now. Or up, or wherever the hell the seals take me. There's also a button to push. Oop. Oh, now there's just a shortcut ladder. Great. I assume this does the same thing on this side. Yep. Okay. Very good. I'm glad I kept poking around. This does mean that I can easily go grab the thing that's up on this pillar over here and I don't have to feel bad. I do wonder if I should have done something about the person with the weird shield that I saw running away. But we also had a whole army chasing us at the time. In fact, before we grab this, let's go see if we can figure out where they ran. 'Cause I assume they're the one who was writing the notes. The one note out of that set that we found. Well, isn't this a very suspicious little spot? Can't imagine that would be a hidden door or anything. Don't mind me, boys. Have we been in here yet? I think we have. Ow. Maybe we have, maybe we haven't. It's kind of hard to tell for sure, if I'm honest. A lot of this place looks kind of the same. Oh, we haven't been to this part yet, because this is up where... on the other side of Big Orb Room. So it's actually a good thing I went running through here like a crazy person. Material beating heart and an occult station. This is where we make an infused column. I'm not gonna do any of that at the moment. This both helps a lot and doesn't at the same time. Also, with this being out in the middle of absolute nowhere, I'm very disinclined to make use of its services. Ooh, they're guarding a thingy. I want it. I want the thingy that you're guarding. I'ma steal the thingy you're guarding. You can't stop me. Drink. The Disciple Ferula. Well, that doesn't sound useful now, does it? Woo! I stole your thingy. Woo, 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 woo. They're just a little too slow on the draw. Now, having gotten away with grand theft... Woo! That is a big old ball of pain you tried to throw at me, friend. I don't appreciate that. There's a lot of nothing over here. You know, I see why they put you over here. Because there's nothing here and you're useless. Bye. I don't know why I ran back up here. There was no point to it. Probably confused the hell out of the enemies, though. They'll never be able to tell where I'm going if I don't know where I'm going. Hey, you just multiplied. That's cheating. As we'll grab this while I'm here. Oh. Yeah, I figured it was just more money. Oh. Ta-da! Used Seal of the Patriarch. Used Seal of the Snake. Used Seal of Anima. And finally, used Seal of Chaos. Do-do-do-do. Beep. Oh. I guess maybe we're going up, considering this is coming down. Before we do that, how about we touch this breach again, just to make sure that we actually come back here when we die. We actually have... yeah, we have enough to get a level. I think we actually have slightly too much now. Yeah, but only slightly. Let's get us another hit of health. Oh, and it's storm time now, too, so this is gonna go great. Whatever's up here is gonna be... oh! First floor mausoleum, second floor promenade, fourth floor ministry audience chamber. I think then I did see the elevator section for the mausoleum, but let's check. Elevator going down. First floor, musty corpses, regret, and death. Oh, I think this is the staircase I jumped to and died. Thank you for the follow, Villain Legend. Hope you're doing well today. I remember you from the sky that is blue. Happy New Year. Use. Knock it off with that. Spell casting. Right now. Okay, we have been here before. This is the spot we've been to before where we got through those two and we're trying to figure out what the point of this whole thing was. Perfect. I know exactly where I am. And I also know that we don't need to be down here. Yeah, because this is the bit that was blocked off when we were in the ghost world. So my estimation of that was all completely correct. Let's check the second floor then. Is the Grand Galleries where we just were? Let's see where the elevator section in the promenade is. This way we know everything we can about what we're looking at here. Okay. Pretty sure we've been to this spot too, because I'm pretty sure I saw that button. Yeah, it's this part over here. Okay. Oh. Up to the audience chamber then. It's the only place left. Now we slowly ride all the way up. With a slight emphasis on the slowly. So that wasn't that bad. Okay. This looks like the important direction. Treasure? Question marks. I don't like the sound I'm hearing on the other side of that wall. I also can't open that door though, so it doesn't matter. We'll figure that out later, because I'm pretty sure I know what's on the other side of that door, because I think I have been up here before. Yep. Nope, I remember now. Hello, gentlemen. You guys are all gonna judge me for murdering a lot of your friends, aren't you? Welcome, Spawn. Few of you have managed to reach this place. You've done well. We hope the journey hasn't been too demanding. We don't have anything to compare to, considering we were just made a few hours ago. But it hasn't been that bad, actually. So you've demonstrated with admirable skill. we are all very eager to witness the conclusion of your adventure. Standing before you are the servants and representatives of all the major civilizations of the galaxy. We have gathered together in this moment of crisis to empathize with the citizens of Irid Novo and offer our support. Together we form the Ministry of the Union. Is there anything we can do to help you on your quest? Well, could you give me something better to wear than this garbage that I'm carrying? I want to commune with Nimundus the Undisturbed. I will leave. Sure, let's commune with Nimundus. Why not? You do? Why? I love just how direct that first one is. I want to kill a cosmic god. Yeah! That is a thing, though. That's actually a thing, but... Let's be direct. We are investigating the events that happened here, and anything would be useful in an investigation like that. Is that right? It is most noble of you to brave mortal danger for the benefit of posterity. Even then, your chances of making it out alive following an encounter with the god of the underworld are close to nil. But we won't stand in the way of your endeavor. You may climb the stairs to Nimundus's chamber. Walk forth with courage. So I guess that's the door back there, huh? That's where the god of the underworld lives? Okay. That's a thing. Spawn of the author. How can we help you? Hi. Most appreciated. Well, yep. I wanted to see if I could go back through the Nimundus dialogue multiple times and mess with them by telling them I wanted to kill a cosmic god. Because I assume they probably wouldn't be that forthcoming about letting me in there. Yeah, that doesn't look great, does it? Yeah, that's just, that doesn't seem ideal. That said, we do have an obelisk here. And if he's the god of the underworld, why don't we go see him on his home planet? On his home plane. See how he feels about that. Go just roll up into his living room and just say, hi. I'm here now. What you gonna do about it? Okay, looks like we can't use the elevator. Or maybe we can. I can't tell. Well, the barrier is gone. So that's interesting. Hi. Can you teach me how to float like that? The floating thing's really cool. Your descent into meaninglessness has brought you to us. Like many of you, you are drawn towards the abyss. Pressing, smothering, relentless. You can let go now. All souls are welcome. I've got eyes, but I can't see. You are wrong. You are seeing correctly, only there is nothing. It is so. We are the canvas onto which reality emerges. Many are absorbed by the light, but the enlightened faces darkness. Which are you? I walk the dark. Yes, we know. This is why you found us. You chose wisely. It is the primordial way. Only by facing where your eyes can't see will you find what you need most. This is the way to power. Fight your loathing. Dive in the dark. Let us show you the world through the one eye. Become an apostle of Nimundus? Sure. Yes. Sink into the abyss. Face infinity and let the cold terror consume your heart and manifest your destiny. Suffering without valor is worthless. Why wouldn't we wish to put an end to the worshippers of pain and their blistering obsession? We are the ones to douse their flame. Slay your demons in this world. Free yourself from these bottom feeders. Bring me 10 fragments from the demons. Excise them off their burning flesh. I shall impart you with a gift from the gods, and you shall become my prophet. Farewell. So, we just talked to the god of the underworld, and he's imparted upon us a quest. This is a genuine thing you can do and turn in to get rewarded. Supposedly, you can actually do all of the Cosmic God quests and get all of their rewards. Now wait a damn minute. This is not the obelisk I was at. God damn it. Emundus. Yep, he's still dead. Okay. Emundus, you swindled me. I'm not supposed to be down here. I was already down here before. I'll show him. There's more than one way out of this situation. He's not the only one with tricks. Now here's the thing though. We went up there, we talked to him. We talked to the ministry, but I can't help but notice that we really didn't accomplish anything by doing either of those things. Because, you know, we weren't really given anything by any of the above. We still didn't open this vault that was in the embassy. We still haven't gone into Dargas Tower. This is how we got in here. I think we might actually have to go back to the Sun District and find Dargas Tower. Because I think we might be at a dead end here now. But first I'm going to go up to see the Ministry again, now having talked to the Undisturbed, and I want to see if they have a reaction to this having happened. His logic denotes they'll be very interested to hear that I went and talked to a god and left it intact. He was actually very chill, all things considered. Because we didn't just roll up on him on the mortal plane and wanting a fight. Nope, we have nothing to add to them. Okay. I didn't figure, but I was curious. Now, since we have a quest from him, I'm not gonna go do that fight right now. Obviously we can go this way and go fight him. And there's about 3 different reasons why I don't want to do that right now. One, is not gonna end well for me, almost certainly. He is a god. So I don't see how fighting a god would end well for me. 2, it would ruin the quest, most likely, if I went in there and fought him, whether we won or not. 3, I have more interest in going literally anywhere else. Call me a coward if you wish, but I would rather not fight a god wearing just a tattered cloak and hitting him with a random piece of metal I found laying on the ground. Turns out that doesn't seem like a great plan. But this situation is also why this breach is here. and why I should have synchronized this breach instead of the one I did. But, you know, nobody ever said I was a genius. Thankfully, it's not that hard or long a run to get back down to the one we did synchronize. And if I want to, I can run through the embassy again, now that we're stronger, see if we learn anything. Oh, hey, there's a... Why is there a ghost of me running around over here? And that's specifically the one with no armor, so that was one of our fall damage deaths. That's just running around over there. Have I mentioned that this game is slightly buggy? Because, yeah. I assume we fell down to that layer of the world when we fell, so it counts us as having fallen to there. And I would really like to get the thing that was down at the bottom of the slide, but I don't want to run around for over an hour looking for the spot. I will just go collect it in my off time at some point or something. Yeah, we've been over there already. So I just got a memory flash in my brain about where it is. Seeing those boxes reminded me. It's behind some boxes that you have to jump over to get there. And I think it is actually fairly close, so I will go look once, and then we will leave and go make forward presumed progress. I think it is a bunch of boxes in one of the pathways around here that you have to jump over to get to that spot. Ow. It's also this, but I think this is just a nothing. Well, can't say I'm surprised that that's how that happened. This is why I touched the breach before going back up. 3 of us cannot fit on that small ledge. And I will note this now as well. Whether we continue this tomorrow or not is going to be very dependent on what Humble Choice gives me. Because if it gives me a bunch of junk, I'm obviously going to keep playing this. If I get something particularly interesting, we may sidestep into that briefly and decide from there which one's continuing first. And one of the changes I mentioned for the new year, I didn't mention this before, and I should have. Fridays are currently going to be off the table. I'm going to take those as an extra day off, barring requested collabs on that day. If people request to do something on Friday, I am open to doing that. But Fridays have generally just been a lot of So I feel like I've been putting in energy and not getting results. So for the time being, those are going to be shelved in favor of giving me more energy to spend on 1, doing more art, and 2, I'm hoping that by having more energy to put more energy into each day, we end up with better streams each day instead of more streams. I feel like this makes logical sense, but I still have mixed feelings about it because it is reducing the amount of days I'm doing this. Yeah, that is how we get hard glass to make that shield. That's what I figured. I also just wanted to get some revenge on these guys while I was around here. I think they're using the link to Spada that we found as well. Yeah, that definitely looks the same. Now, there was very little reason to do that, but it was fun. I assumed that there was going to be something here when I saw the handprint on the wall. Oh, it's fish. Okay. I got real worried hearing that sound because I didn't recognize it. But it was just fish. Turn the light on. This is dark. I haven't fought these guys in forever. Boing. Well, it's not a death pit down there. Oh, that's because there's stairs. You know what? That just makes nothing but sense now, doesn't it? Really? You know, for some reason I didn't anticipate that being a far enough fall to kill me, and I wanted to be funny and jump on him. Oh, karma. Now it's showing the embassy load screen. Is it gonna put me at the embassy breach? No, it just put me where I loaded in. Okay, that's fine. I think I know where I died. I think it was over here, wasn't it? Yep, right here. Hi, ghost me. Bye, ghost me. Well, there's a lot of bad around here, isn't there? Whee! So what's the point to this? Presumably this door that I'm getting shredded to open. My ghost wanted nothing to do with me after I ripped through that pile. He's like, oh, he's serious now. Uh-oh. What's this do? Oh, it's a decontamination thing, I guess. Or it's taking all the air out and trying to kill me. One or the other. Oh! Oh, that's not good. That's outside. We're outside now. Well. Oh, good news. Space has a flat surface for me to land on. So with the way the radiation on us was going up, I don't know what I'm supposed to do there. I'm curious enough to go back at least one more time. But I can't help but feel that going this way is a waste of our time at the moment. Like, I'm inclined to assume that there is a reason for me to go here. I just don't know what the reason is yet. Oh, I'm in the depressurization zone with my clone. Great. Well, he's dead. Is that just not possible, or did I have my jump get cut short part way? I'm not gonna worry about it. We're not going over there anymore. That may be just something I poke and prod at in my own time and then report back later, or we look into it another time. I feel like it's currently gonna be a waste of my time to sit there and poke and prod at that. Like maybe we're supposed to come over there with something to let us breathe in space or something. Is the fact that it specifically said no oxygen tells me more than likely we were going to die out there at that rate. Oh, this is back where we originally spawned. This is the opposite of where I wanted to go. Could you not with the magic shit? Did that mostly just to prove a point. Not gonna lie to you. This way I'll be back to the observatory. Gonna check the hallways on the way back just in case there's something else I didn't notice. That's how we get back up there from where we left. That's where we were a minute ago. Yeah, I think we're good otherwise. Because up here was the boss fight with the first Archon slaver. Did you seriously follow me this far? This fucking guy. Okay, so you've earned it now. You followed me this far just to die. Good lord. The persistence of some people, I tell you. Insufficient data. I knew I didn't have 100%, but I'm like, yeah, maybe we'll get something for having a good amount. 'Cause I don't remember checking in that often. I don't even know how much data we have right now. 18%. You know what? Never mind. That I see why they say no to that. That's really like nothing. Still this yellow flame here, too. That's what I'm saying. What is this? Goddamn signposts reading my mind. I don't like that. Got a lot of things in my mind that people aren't gonna want to hear. That's just silly. I don't think we gained any other conductors. No, we didn't. We do have enough to upgrade the sword's conductor again, so we're gonna do that. Because this just is the best weapon I have. It keeps serving me so well whenever things start going sideways. I pull it out and everything gets fixed. The fact that I keep hearing an enemy somewhere around here bothers the hell out of me. Like, I feel like this is meant to open, and this is the key to it. Because the only thing out of the 3 items listed on this that we're missing now is the nervous wiring. But half the point to me making the journey this way was so we could warp to the Sun District. Which I could have done partway across. But I opted to walk the rest of the way. Actually, let's just consume all of this right quick. How much more can I do with my weapons with that much money? That got really expensive, but worth it for +4. Do another one for that. Because the Demon Scythe also seems to be pulling its weight with the wave move it has. Speaking of, yeah, it hasn't gotten any further past that yet. Okay. Now, having spent even more money, now we'll press onward back to the Customs Bridge of the Arcology to get back to the Sun District to hopefully find Dargas Tower. Hey, we can also talk to the Renegade about the rest of his dialogue. Renegade is unavailable. Never mind. I did talk to him once about what I'm supposed to be doing, and he mostly just gave the advice of keep your head down and don't do anything stupid. Which, you know, we all know how well that's been working out for me. Oh yeah, we also didn't go this way. Because we opened this up and then we promptly went to the place we were just at. We can try nosing around over here before we go back to the Sun District specifically. Well, this doesn't seem ideal. Everything about this just seems bad. But there's a demon for us to kill, and we do need those now. Sup, big guy? We hit a lot harder now, huh? One-shotting these guys, taking demons down in a couple hits. It's a nice feeling having your weapon be actually effective. Yep, fragment of a daemon. It's making an awful noise. Let's stay here till the things line up there, because it's not going to be long. I think something happens if you're near one of these when that happens. It might spawn more demons for me to slash up. And I'm not going to, like, stand there and wait. Look, another demon. Wow, he survived that a little better than I thought he would. Hey, different armor finally. Good lord. We've only been wearing the same thing since the beginning of the goddamn game, aside from the helmet. Good lord. And we can't wear it because it's more cognition stuff. Oh, they did say cognition was for defensive armaments as well, so I guess that makes sense. Oh, good, a breach. That'll make things a little simpler. Where are we? Celestial Workshop. That sounds like a good place for us to be. Don't worry, I didn't forget about the thing I said I was gonna do. Alma Mater Atrium. Okay, let's not go there yet. I think I remember that place too, and I remember not particularly enjoying being there. Yeah, since this is ring-shaped and the two rings are almost in alignment, I feel like this makes sense. It also wasn't normally making noise before, I don't think. I think it's getting louder. almost looks like they made an engine block here. Any minute now, it's gonna line up and shit's gonna pop off, I think. Or I'll be disappointed. One or the other. It might be that I need to be here during a storm, not during black hole time. As we came down these stairs. This really looks like a secret door, but it might be a black hole door. Speed. I kind of want to tab away and check something while I wait for this to happen, but I know the second I do that, something bad's gonna happen. And I'm gonna get screwjobbed for looking away. Almost there. I know I said that a moment ago, but it's even closer now. This couldn't possibly be a bad idea to stand on top of this. It's almost perfectly aligned. Come on. Well, consider me unsurprised but disappointed. Yep, and this isn't a thing during this time either. Okay, this was a complete waste of time. Oh well. It was a worthy test. I feel like something is supposed to happen in there. Or maybe, like I said, it's storm time, not black hole time. I don't know. We'll scope out this new area a little bit, and then I'll probably wrap up for the day. Let's see that big guy in the background up there in the upper right past the cube. That's part of why this area is going to be a bad time. Those guys are a problem, or at least they used to be. We'll see how much of a turnaround I have fighting them this time, since every time I've said something's a problem, I haven't had an issue with it. Actually, no. I said that the Twin Horizon guys were going to be an issue, and they still were an issue. But, you know, 2 against 1. Yeah, see? Creepy plants and weird shit. That's how this place is gonna be. I want to say I came in here the wrong way the first time, too. Like, we found a weird way to get in here. Carbon scraps. Get used to more of these guys being here. Oh, we did get another reflex conductor, though, so that's nice. Like, most of the enemies in here are going to be the same things we've seen before. Except these guys. These are different. But they're very similar to our own ghosts, for the most part. Which, fun fact, you can wear armor that looks very similar to theirs, and when I was playing in co-op, there was a lot of confusion because of that. Every now and then, I was very amused, because I was the one wearing the armor that looked wrong. This room is just as useless as I remember it being. I remember parts of this area very vividly because we spent a lot of time looping in here, and it wasn't fun. Yep. Another one of you guys with your gun arms. Another ration. Don't let the way I'm disposing of them fool you. They are dangerous. We're just way better prepared than I've ever been. So most things aren't that big a problem. Is I am only 5 levels shy of where I stopped after playing for like 16 hours. I think that file was on, something like that. And we've only been playing for like 8 or 9. And we've already covered as much ground, just about at this point. If not more, debatably. Like, we've delved deeper into some areas. Yeah, this I remember as well. This is a sad day. Do I do this right now? No. No, I don't think I do that with 9,000 souls in my pocket. I think we go this way first. Yeah, you'll notice they're using wasteland sabers and railguns. I think those are railguns anyway. They might be a different gun that we don't have. But yeah, see that big old bullet that's flying in our direction that homes in on me? Yeah. That's why this place sucks, is those big guys are artillery pieces, and they will just keep firing. It's very annoying. And they're no slouch in close combat either, from what I remember, is that big shield just lets them wallop you. Model for the firearm conductor. I think they don't have a shot at me here. Oh yeah, there's 2 of them, by the way. In case you thought you would be safe because you get in the blind spot of that one. Nah, there's 2. Is symmetry of death. Ow. Ow. I had a moment of indecision and I got blasted for it. Yeah, this I think might actually be how we got in here when I was doing this co-op before. Arcology underside. Yeah, I think that's where I came in from. It might also be this door back here, though. Where does this come in from? Ow, access denied. My favorite place, access denied land. Heater spear, okay. Ooh. I should probably do something about these guys, shouldn't I? Ow. Before they obliterate me. So the other issue with dealing with them, aside from the fact that getting up there is actually rather difficult, is while you're dealing with one, the other one's gonna be shooting you. But they do drop their artillery, so that's nice. So if you're a cognition player, you might get something out of that. Oh, this one doesn't have a ladder. Huh. Well, fuck me, I guess. Huh. I could try to magic him down, I guess. Let's see. I guess I'm just gonna have to avoid him unless I want to, like I said, try to blast him off there with magic. He might be too high up for me to hit, though. No, that one hit him. Yeah, that's about what I was afraid of with that idea, though. His response is going to be a lot better than my attack. I also don't have enough energy to kill him that way. I would need to go find another enemy to hit to get more energy. I'm happy I at least got rid of one of them. I believe they don't respawn as well. I think they stay dead. Yeah, we get the same attack that they have, more or less, with this as well. But as you can see, it's pretty heavy. Like, not ridiculously so, but it's pretty hefty. And you need 10 cognition to use it, which we are nowhere near. Otherwise, I'd just slap it in my hand and blast him off the platform. But that, just like my magic, needs energy anyway. And we have none left. Let's go poke our nose into the underside, because I forget what's down there. Though this already doesn't look the best. Judging from that picture, I'm already unhappy. Yeah, I've definitely been down here before, I think. I know I immediately backtracked that statement, but when dealing with memory, nothing is perfectly set. Oh, there we go. We got a response for getting to 20% data. Central Mall. Yeah, I've definitely been here. The only thing that's really a doubt in my mind on that now is, did I come in from this way or the other way? So I don't remember how else we found this area, but I definitely remember coming in from a different direction. There's a breach synchronizer. That's actually going to be incredibly helpful. considering we are now very far away from anywhere we've been. Though not ridiculously so, actually. Just a bit. As you saw, there's a lot of fish, a lot more of those flaily tentacle dog things. Basically more of the same. Material charged prism. As you can see, they're not any different than they were, though. It's just more of them again. And if anybody's worried about this game not having enemy variety, don't worry. There's another subset of enemies we haven't seen yet, and I think at least a couple others besides that. I just know of at least one more that I have fought before. Omnicube Heater. Oh yeah, these guys are down here too, for some reason. I want to say this is where I ran into them when I actually fought them. Like, I just bailed out when I saw them in the embassy back in the day. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. If you would kindly die, that'd be grand. Thank you. Just giving the area a quick once-over. Snagging any of the low-hanging fruit. Yoink! Cognition module. Woo! What a shame that you're not fast enough to catch me. Nah, 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 nah. Ow. Another column in case you either didn't find or lost the other one. You know, for those who just suddenly became strength builds randomly. Ration. Still don't know what those rations are for. I'm pretty sure there's an NPC around somewhere that is, like, desperately hungry and will eat even rotten food. Something like that. That, I think, is another relatively important item over here. Give me this. Yeah, the blueprint for upgrading the EVA suit. Which anybody might be able to guess that an EVA suit is good for traveling out in space. Reflex module. That seems helpful. And another coin. I mean, this is a costless increase to our cognition, so I may as well. Now, they say a slight boost. Yeah, now we have 4 cognition thanks to the cognition cube. CC is making our brain smarter. Our reflex is currently 13. If I put on the reflex module, it goes up to 16. So it's 3 reflex in exchange for our boosted leech. Right, that's why I was happy to have come down here when I was playing before, because since I was using cognition, we actually found a weapon that was good for me. Still weird to me that this is a primary reflex weapon when it says it needs strength and stamina to swing. You would think it would be a split stat weapon. Which, just so people get to see it, this is what it is. This is actually the weapon I was still using on my other file. The Darth Maul special. Yeah, that's what its special move is. I usually had a gun on my other arm, so I didn't know what its move was. Obviously, I'm not going to be replacing our sword with that, but I may look into fitting that in somewhere. Had a moment of thought there where I was slightly confused by the numbers I was looking at. Locked from the other side. One of the few times they'll tell you why a door doesn't open. Treasure that way. Treasure that way. I think we've already run in here and grabbed the treasure from in here, though. Very important. Treasure that way. Yeah, we already grabbed this. Was this Omnicube heater? Which reminds me, what does heater even do? Well, it's making me warm, which is not ideal. Oh yeah, thanks to the cognition cube, we actually are able to wear the nerve suit if we want to. But I think the nerve suit's not actually an improvement. Well, no, it's better against induction, worse against entropy, worse against... No, because radiation's been our biggest issue, and if it's not better against that. If we start getting beat up with... Okay, so it is exactly what you'd expect from a heater. It's good against cold. But that doesn't really help. And we need a broken EVA suit in order to make the suit, so we're SOL on that idea still, because we don't have the unrepaired version. We gotta find that around somewhere. That's where we did him in. Yeah, my processing power is hitting the floor, so we're gonna stop here. Do I synchronize this one? I'll worry about that in the future. I don't need to worry about that right now. His lazy brain was about to say, just like, yeah, you know what, fuck it, do it. But I probably should hang on to a breach synchronizer for the future. Otherwise, things are gonna just get annoying when I have to then find yet another breach synchronizer when I have a reason to go back. I think what I'll do is I'll use it when it's time for me to go back to somewhere else for one reason or another. I think that'll make more sense. Doing a quick scan to see who's doing what as usual. Why on earth would that fool be doing that? I was just scrolling through my list and I see somebody doing DuckTales with inverted controls, and I'm just like, why? Why do this to yourself? Let me see if there's anybody in the category. There's one other person in this category, and they're only in French, so that's not happening. No, I think this is another bust of a day as far as raids go. Hello, Doom. You're just in time for me ending, sadly. But hopefully you're doing well. Happy New Year. You're fine. Honestly, I feel like I'm ready to go back to sleep right now. I was doing fine up until like 10 minutes ago where my energy just flat immediately again. I need to work on that. But like I was saying, we're getting ready to pack up, so thank you all for taking the time to be here for one way or the other. As I said earlier on in the stream, humble choice will determine whether we continue this tomorrow or do something new. As I said earlier, Fridays are currently off the table. There is no specific reason for Friday in particular. Friday was just the weak link of the batch, so I cut that one. We will see how that change to the schedule plays out. It could easily change again at a moment's notice, but I'm going to experiment with things here in the first month of the year, basically, is the idea. And hopefully said experimentation works out for everybody involved. We'll see. But with that all said, have a good night, everybody, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.